So good morning, welcome to Woman at the Wheel, my YouTube channel. I'm Sue, and I spent the night at Bulls Gap, Tennessee, where I'm just getting back on Interstate 81 heading north. I'm not too far from Virginia, just, I don't know, 50, 60 miles maybe south of the Virginia border with Tennessee. So I'm just waiting for people to get out of my way. I had some guy cut me off pretty good a minute ago, so they're on their way to work and they're in a damn hurry, I guess. So I got up and I transferred over some fuel. Got this truck all filled up. That's the first fuel I've transferred over out of my auxiliary fuel stores. Out of my tank, in other words, out of my big tank. I'll tell you, they don't screw around back east. These truckers, they haul butt. I've almost been run over several times by them coming across Tennessee. I think they have no patience here, is what I think. Get the windshield washed off a little bit. Sorry about that windshield, it's a mess. Thought it was better than that. We got a nice sunrise going on. I'm still on Central Time, so it's actually 7:30 here, 6:22 my time. So I feel kind of normal with the sun coming up this time of day. This is more like a summertime sunrise to me. Okay, it looks like we're about 55 miles from Bristol, which is right on the border. So about 55 miles out of Tennessee, 56 maybe, or out of Virginia. I have to run clear up to Roanoke, so I've still got a long ways to go. I got 272 miles to go to deliver this thing. So I'm hoping to get it there by noon. If I can get it there by noon, I'll be happy. I'll be entirely happy. Try not to talk maybe quite so much today. Just kind of look at scenery. I don't know if I got a whole boatload of stuff to talk about. I mean, mostly it's just really pretty over here. We're in I think the Smoky Mountains, pretty sure. I gotta see if I can track down my sunglasses now. I know they're in here someplace. That's not them. Aha, there they are. Much better. That sun is bright, to say the least. When you're driving kind of right into it. My speed limit up here is 70. I'm going to try and get up to 70 and stay near it because I want to eat some miles today. I'm about 4 hours, 70 miles an hour. I'm about 4 hours away. I know I'm going to be getting into some little roads when I get off this interstate up here at Roanoke. So I want to make as good a time as I can on the interstate. Because I don't know what my speeds are going to be. I don't know what the condition of the roads is going to be once I get off of it. But I've got 130 miles to Roanoke, I think. No, it's got to be more than that. I'm not sure. I'll just have to... I can't tell what this GPS is doing beyond its basic stuff. I think I get off of Interstate 81 in 130 miles, but I'm not sure. Just have to get there and find out. So on this trailer, a lot of times on used trailers there's issues with lights or something, especially if they've been sitting a while. And I had to kind of do a little fix it on the lights. The fender light on the left, and I've had this before on these little trailers, the fender lights sometimes work their way loose, so they lose their ground and then they won't light up. So thanks to what Bill has taught me about fixing lights, I was able to get everything working. So this whole trip I've had fully operational lights on this thing, which is kind of great. But what I had to do is, all I had to do was tighten it down. There's a screw that holds it to the top of the fender. These are little LED lights, and I think they're LEDs. And the screw was loose. The bolt-on screw was loose, so it was just bouncing around and not connecting properly. So it was a pretty easy fix. I fished out my pliers and a screwdriver. I popped the lens cover off of the light so I could see the top of the screw, and got a hold of the nut underneath the fender with my pliers and just tightened the screw up. I mean, that's all it took. So a lot of times these light issues are pretty easy to resolve if you got some idea what you're doing. I don't know much about them, but Bill's taught me a little bit about, checking for ground. He said if it's not grounded, that's the most common cause for a light not to work. That and a bulb being burnt out. So if you're looking at a light that's not lighting up and it's moving around, it could very well be that it's not grounding. In these light fixtures, there's a little metal band in there where it screws to the fender or whatever, and that should be connected metal to metal. That little band of metal is the ground, I think. So, the Sue's Guide to Fixing Stuff. Yahoo! I'm actually really happy with how this truck is running. It's really doing well. For an old truck to run like this, I mean, it's pretty amazing to me. Not that it was running real bad before. Going uphill and stuff, it wasn't running great. It was dogging out. No more of that. Thanks to Bill fixing that manifold thing. We got to do the other side this weekend. If we get the bolts in, I don't know if they're going to come in or not. Guess we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. I can run it like this for a while. another week maybe, if I have to. Hopefully next week I'll be back to doing little jobs and running around semi-locally. I don't know. I'm getting a little tired of driving all the way to Seguin. That's a long drive just to go pick up a trailer. This one, I kind of did it as a favor, in a way. I mean, it's pretty good pay for a week, but I have to drive a long damn way to get that pay. You know, spend a lot of money on fuel. Well, thanks to my auxiliary tank, I'm not spending anywhere near as much as I could be spending, but still. So anyway, I'm hoping next week will be a little less frenetic. The problem with long runs like this is your logistics. You know, everything's got to work just right, or it takes way too long and costs way too much. I've been able to contain the costs very, very well, actually. Last night I stayed at a little bitty truck stop, and you actually had to pay money to stay there, which actually was kind of nice. It was real quiet. Nobody's sitting there idling their trucks all night. Well, there was one guy. There's always one guy. But it was pretty quiet. Wasn't smelly. There wasn't anybody out walking around the parking lot all night. Like some of these places you go to, it's like Crack City or something. You got lot lizards and you know, shady looking people wandering around all hours of the night. This place, there was none of that business going on, so I felt pretty safe there. And of course, this trailer has living quarters and it's used, so I just camped out on the couch in it. Worked out just fine. See, the night before last, my motel was like $62. So I've done really well on motels. For 3 nights out, I should say lodging, 3 nights of lodging, I think I've spent, let's see, 90 or 80 something. Hang on, let me consult the Oracle here. Okay, the first night I spent $86.25 on the motel for the same room that I paid $90 for last week. But this week I was smart enough to ask for the handicap room. They've got multiple of those at the particular hotel I was staying at. So the handicapped room was actually it was close to $10 cheaper with tax figured in than just a regular room, and it was way cleaner, which is why I asked for it. They inadvertently put me in it last week, and a light bulb went on in my head. So that's what I'm going to do at these chain motels. Now I'm going to ask for the handicapped room. And they usually have a few. And it's not like you have to be carrying a handicap card to get them. You can ask for a handicap room because you're older and you want, you know, the benefit of all the rails and stuff in bathrooms, or just whatever. So that's what I'm going to do from now on. You know, 2 things about it: handicapped rooms are evidently cheaper, and they're much cleaner because they don't get rented out as often. They're not as worn out, you know, a lot nicer. So I've got some weird concoction here of decaf coffee and fluffy coffee. It's actually pretty decent. I was skeptical. I figured I'd take one taste and spit it all out and dump it. But it's actually pretty good. It's better than just plain lousy decaf. has a little bit of flavor to it, but it's not super flavored and it's not super sweet. So gives us a lucky choice or something. It's what I do a lot of times when I'm buying coffee at truck stops. If I can find decaf, not too many of them have decaf anymore. I don't know why, because a lot of people drink it, but they happen to have it today, and it was relatively freshly made because, you know, it's early in the morning. So I got the biggest coffee cup they had and filled it up about 3/4 of the way with decaf, and then just topped it off with some cappuccino mix. I don't even know what flavor it is, something like, I don't know, white toffee chocolate or some goofy flavor. Whatever looked the least offensive, basically. And it seems like it worked out okay. It's not bad. Yeah, I don't drink caffeine anymore, so it's not like the caffeine wakes me up. I think it's just the idea of having something warm in your tummy that makes you feel like you're getting up and around. And as a backup, I bought a bottle of Starbucks pre-bottled coffee stuff. Of course, it's cold though, so it's not my first preference, and it's got caffeine in it. So I'll hang on to that for an emergency or whatever, if I have a coffee emergency. I don't know if coffee emergency is a legitimate thing or not. These mountains, I can see why they call them the Smoky Mountains, because they're all misty. These are pretty rugged mountains too. I'm always amazed when I'm over here at how rugged these things really are. I mean, they pretty much go straight up and straight back down the other side. They're not gentle rolling hills by any means. I thought my windshield was clean until I get in the sun like this and see it. What a mess. Inside and out. Okay, well, on this note, since it's kind of, the windshield looks so cruddy and stuff, I think I'll hold off and do a little more filming later when we're not going right into the sun. And I've had a chance to clean that off a little bit better. Sorry about that. I know it's not a great view, but anyway, this is what it looks like, 6:30 in the morning near the Tennessee-Virginia line. So I will catch up with you probably after I deliver this thing, which should happen hopefully before noon. So thanks for riding along, and I'll see you in the next segment. Well, welcome to the Smoky Mountains, I guess. I'm just getting to Bristol, Tennessee on Highway 81, Interstate 81. It goes kind of northeast. If I can get this microphone attached to something. There we go. I just hit fog. Not that you'd notice, right? I'm in the Smoky Mountains, I think. Pretty sure. Just hit this crazy fog that's just sitting in between mountains here near Bristol. And we're just getting ready to cross into Virginia from Tennessee. So I thought this was worth plugging the thing back in and getting a look at. It's actually a very bright sunny morning, or was, until we got into this big freaking cloud that's laying on these mountains like this. It's kind of eerie and cool and neat. Holston River, that's probably why there's fog here. Pretty foggy down there, that riverbank. Okay, this is gonna be a big climb coming up here. These are not, these are mountains. They're not just hills. I keep saying that because it's amazing to me. Now look how bright and beautiful the sky is going to be on the other side of this. This is just, it's almost magical. It's just beautiful. This is a steep grade. A really steep grade. Climbing way up out of this river valley. Still heading northeast on Interstate 81. And I believe this is Bristol coming up. Bristol, Tennessee. Which is right on the line. Part of it's probably in Virginia, I would guess. Man, this is a steep hill. Steep hill. This is the steepest hill that I've had on this whole trip. Right there. Pretty impressive. I want to get out there and go around this guy, but I don't want to get run over by all these people who are flying up behind me now. We're kind of over the steep part, I think. I'm coming over people. Like it or don't. Okay, so just this sudden dense fog, and now it's gone. I can see why they call them the Smoky Mountains. I really can. It looks smoky when you drive and see them off in the distance, because there's all this mist laying down in the hollows. Very impressive. Very beautiful. We're still climbing. It's just not as steep as it was back there. It looks like we're going downhill, but the truck says we're climbing. So now we're going downhill a little. But climbing again. Climbing and climbing and climbing. I don't know what the elevation was down at the river. But I bet we've climbed several hundred feet. Nice and cool out there. The truck's running cool. It's running cooler than normal, but it's only 60 degrees out there. This is the coolest temperature this truck has seen in the last couple of months. Well, probably all summer. This is the coolest temperature I've seen since last spring. So yay. Glad for that. I keep thinking we're in Bristol, Tennessee, but we're still not there yet. They've got signs saying Bristol for the last 10 miles, so. I've still got 230 miles to go before I can deliver this trailer. And it's 7, so 8, 9, 10. 10:30-ish maybe. If I'm there before noon, I'll be happy. So I'm on track to get there before noon. We'll see how early I can get there. I'd like to get there as early as possible because I need to get home. Once I get this thing dropped, I'm going to head straight home as fast as I can get there. Today's Thursday. We've got a wedding Saturday, so I need to get my butt back. Nice thing is it's not nearly as far going home from here as it would be going back to Seguin. So that'll cut down my return trip significantly. I'll probably run right back down here to Interstate 40 and just head over through Oklahoma City. It's the most direct route. Although I hate running I-40 because all the trucks, but sometimes you got to do what you got to do. I was listening to the radio last night when I stopped, and they were talking about some asshat in Memphis going around shooting people and videoing it and putting it up on Facebook. I guess they caught the little asshole. I don't know how many people he killed, but I guess it was some social media thing. All these shooting guys, they seem to be like young guys, just losers with nothing to recommend them to anybody. You know, it's just bizarre. What a, I don't know. I don't think there is a word bad enough for somebody like that who will do that kind of thing. It's just evil. It's an evil, evil thing. But it's ironic because I had just gone through Memphis a few hours before that, talking about how dangerous Memphis has gotten and how I don't get off the interstate in Memphis. Well, there you have it. Just one more reason. It's a rough town, you know. And then you got people like that pulling stunts. I don't understand that. I do not understand going around shooting a bunch of people just like because you're an angry little piece of crap, you know, that has no life or whatever. Don't get it. Do not understand it. And not to get all metaphysical or anything, but it almost seems like these people are, you know, possessed or something by evil. Not necessarily like an evil spirit, but just, you know, the aura of evil. I don't know. It's weird. I can tell you one thing for sure. Evil does exist. It does walk the earth because I've dealt with it more than once. So I've seen it firsthand. Just say. Must have an oversized load behind me. I do. He's a wide one too. Try and get over and give him some room. mountains are just beautiful. I don't know how this is translating to video, but you can see the gnarly rock down under the trees, and it's just really beautiful. The road cut there. Yeah, I just don't know if this camera's doing this justice. I think it's doing a lot better than my old cell phone did. I do know that. So maybe this will be, video worthy of posting. I hope so, because it's awfully pretty. This is just going to be up one hill and down the other the rest of the way. And it's, I don't know. I knew this was going to be like this. Been up this road more than once. Like she had some kind of a technical difficulty going on. Hope she figures it out. Don't see too many women out here driving trucks. I have to give them credit, because that's not an easy job. Those big trucks are, you got to be tough to be a semi-truck driver. I mean, I like this little truck because, it's a little truck. I can pretty much go where I want or need to go, especially when I don't have a trailer on, and it's not like, bobtailing a semi-truck, where it's more dangerous to run without the trailer than it is to have a trailer on it. So. Oh my gosh, we're still climbing. Climb. Really steep here. We should be getting to the Virginia line anytime now. It's like my little truck icon on my GPS is halfway in Virginia and halfway in Tennessee. We should be getting to Bristol proper here momentarily. I think once we crest this big ass hill. And I hope we're going to have a few downhill miles, let this truck rest a little bit. Not have to work quite so hard. It's doing good. It's doing really well. Knock on wood. Making progress. We're almost out of Tennessee. So I'm pretty sure I won't have to transfer any more fuel over before I get this thing delivered. But I will probably have to fuel up shortly thereafter somewhere, whether I buy fuel or just transfer fuel. Not sure if I've got enough to go home on entirely. I'm not paying $5 1/4 for it like this petrol station wants. That's why I've been hanging on to my $4.13 diesel and hanging on to it until I got back here. the place I stayed at last night, they wanted $4.89. So I thought, okay, I'm going to start burning my cheap fuel now. $4.79 was my limit. That was as high as I was willing to go, and I only did that once. $4.69, $4.65, I paid that. And $4.50s, I paid a couple times in the $4.50s. I filled up a lot because these tanks are small, so I have to stop probably about every 3.5, 4 hours and fill up when I'm pulling a trailer. Well, maybe not that frequently, maybe 4 or 5 hours. So I get roughly about 200 miles on the tank, on each tank. So I've stayed here before, this Quality Inn. This is Bristol, Tennessee. It wasn't too bad of a place to stay. I'm glad I didn't come on up here last night, though. I was getting too tired. It's a lot farther than it seems. Or maybe it seems a lot farther than it is. I don't know. It seems like it was a long way to come if I kept going. I was happy to be where I was at, put it that way. Okay, we are in Virginia. Finally. 145325. Virginia. We're still climbing. Climbing. Look at these mountains. I mean, it's insanely steep. All these cut edges looks like they're covered with kudzu or something. Yeah, I think that is. It's either kudzu or some kind of a other thing. I think it's kudzu though. Yeah, pretty sure that's what that is. Just cut rock walls where they cut this road in. Very neat. Ready for some downhill road though. Seems like I've been going uphill for the last half an hour or so. We go downhill a while. The truck would like to go downhill. There we go. Roanoke, 148. Okay. I've got to go to Roanoke and then cut over to Lynchburg. I think that's where they make Jack Daniels. And then drop down to some little town where I'm delivering this thing to. We're getting some downhill runs. So welcome to Virginia. Alright, I'm going to go back to listening to the radio. I'll catch you back up. Anything else exciting happens. So thanks for riding along. So here we go, some more of this crazy fog. Crazy fog in the Smoky Mountains, man. It's like 8:44 in the morning, and it's still laying down in these hollows. I'm still about 189 miles out, so I'm just a little over three hours out at 60. So I've been running. Depends on how steep it is. Where it's gotten really steep, I haven't been able to run very fast at all. But I'm still on schedule, so I'm pretty happy about that. I figured it would be 4 hours from where I started this morning to get this in and get it delivered at a minimum. You'd never know it to look at this, but it's a bright, sunny, blue sky day. Just these weird pockets of dense fog. It's like it just gets caught down between these ridges. Looks like we're going to pop up out of it here momentarily. Good advice. Adjust speed to weather conditions. Yeah, okay. This is an odd weather condition is what this is. Just random pockets of weird, eerie, dense fog. The kudzu vine over here on the hillside. That's all kudzu up over all those trees. It just smothers stuff. Very invasive. I think it was inadvertently imported from Japan or something like that. It's a very invasive species of vine. Museum of the Middle Appalachians. Sometimes I wish I had time to stop and look at stuff like that. So I have to pass by a lot of stuff that looks really interesting. Now I'm not on vacation, so I can't just go off on random side trips or whatever. I'm definitely ready to deliver this trailer. I'm tired of having it back there. It's not been bad. It pulls real good and everything. It's not all that long. More kudzu up on this hillside. Look how dense it is. It's just overwhelming everything up there. up over other plants and smothers them. And I believe that is a rock wall that is crawling up there where they did the road cut for this. It's hard to tell though. Yeah, that's what it is. Makes me wonder how long this fog's going to last this time. The first time it wasn't very long. It was a few miles and it was over with. This might be something else. I don't know. It's nice and cool out this morning. It's about 60 degrees. Really nice. Pretty impressive scenery, isn't it? It's a real pretty part of the country. And this mountain that goes up beside us pretty much goes straight the hell up. It goes up a long way. But that's the way the mountains do here. They're not gentle little hills. They're straight the hell up, straight the hell down the other side. I don't know how people ever cross this on foot. It would just, you'd have to be tough as nails. Got a little bit of a valley down here. Trucks and combination vehicles use right lane when operated below 70 miles an hour. Well, that's where I'm at. And I am running under 70. Climbing again. These hills are steep. I mean, they are really, really steep. But we're out of the fog. That's okay with me. guaranteed weather conditions next 9 miles. This must be a mountain pass, I'm gonna guess, because we're climbing hard. Suspiciously like a trooper sitting back in there. It's got a nice little fishing hole. You don't see him till you're right on top of him. I've almost made it 100 miles already this morning, so that's good. Here in about 3 or 4 more miles, it'll be an even 100. Still got 177 to go, so. Not doing too bad. Look at all the kudzu vine on this hill. It's just covered with it. Pretty amazing. impressive view. Wow, that's pretty. Really, really pretty. This is kind of opening up a little, not so many trees. I don't think it's going to last very long, but I like it. I like being able to see the land. There's hay up there. There's a field up there. Things I haven't been able to see for about, oh, I don't know, 500 miles now. They got a Walmart in Lynchburg. I bet they do. I'm gonna make a stop in there before I head home, I think. Stock up a little bit. What I really need is pickle juice. Sounds a little crazy, but when I get hot and dehydrated at home, I drink pickle juice. And I mean, it's electrolytes, it's salt and vinegar, and you know, all that stuff. Look at this kudzu, it's crazy. It's trying to take over the guardrails too. Oh, this is pretty. This is what I think of when I think of Virginia. This kind of a scene here. You know, the Shenandoah Valley type thing. But anyway, I've been thinking I need to get some pickle juice, keep in the truck with me, so when I get dehydrated like that, I can kind of help myself out a little bit. It's one of those things that just works for me. We used to drink pickle juice when we were kids. Well, at least I did. I drink it right out of the jars that the pickles Mom made. Put it over ice, you know, in the summer. Sip on that. Now I just buy it at Walmart. Their pickle juice is not as good as Mom's, but okay. More efficient than making my own, I guess. you can actually buy it by the gallon. It's kind of funny. You know, it was just kind of an afterthought. The way we used to drink it. Now it's actually its own beverage. So I'm really glad that Bill was able to fix the right side of this thing. Before I came out here, I'd be going up these hills doing 35 instead of 55. It would be a different experience entirely. This thing has a lot more get up and go since the turbo's able to kick in some. We get that other side done, I'm not sure what I'm going to do with it, because it'll be like a new truck entirely. One of these days we need to come over here for an actual vacation. Bill needs to see all this stuff. He's never seen it. I think he'd like it here. I mean, there's all kinds of museums. Just about every other town's got a little museum in it of something. So fuel there's $4.79. That's what I thought. It's getting a little higher now. It may not get as high as I think, because I'm not going into Pennsylvania. I mean, that was where it really went high last time. It was over 6. Which is nuts. $6 for a gallon of diesel. Jammed up here because I got little cars zipping. Dang it. Had some momentum, kind of lost it now. Come on, little car. If you're gonna zip, zip. There you go. Do my own zip in here, zip around that guy. It's a pretty nice looking airfield over there. like it did this the last time I was here too. It was nice going in, and then it clouded up once I got up here in the mountains. Wythe County. I don't know what this guy's doing, but I hope he stays over there on the shoulder. Dutch pantry. We must be getting into Amish territory. There are a lot of Dutch pantries across this country, and most of them are located where there's Amish women who actually run them. There's one in Choteau, I think, Oklahoma, where we went when I was in truck driving school. Oh my God, the food was good. It was like home cooked Thanksgiving dinner was what they had in their buffet that day. And it was all home cooked, home style. It was wonderful. It was the best food I had the whole time I was in truck driving school. And everything from the turkey and dressing and cranberry sauce right down to the pumpkin pie with whipped cream. It was just, oh, so good. We ate like a bunch of starved dogs. We probably were a bunch of starved dogs because we'd been in truck driving school by that time for about, I don't know, 3 or 4 weeks. Mostly living on sandwiches and cans of soup. This is pretty. I like it when it opens up and kind of spreads out a little bit. You can see some scenery besides just trees on the side of the road. Rest area, cars only. Well, that kind of sucks. What are the rest of us supposed to do? Keep driving, I reckon, huh? Good thing I didn't need to stop, I guess. Now we're going to get a little rain, looks like. I guess it's bound to happen, and one day it did. Today's the day. Why not? We've had sunshine, we've had sudden eerie fog. Got out of the eerie fog into a little more sunshine. Now we're into gray clouds and rain. Getting a real variety of stuff today. Hope he stays put because I can't really get over. I got a car back here in my blind spot. There's that same lady that I saw back way. She must have passed me and had more trouble. She was doing the same thing, 60 miles back down the road when I last saw her. This is rain so much as mist, kind of misting. Wytheville, Virginia, huh? Every once in a while I still smell coolant, and the truck's not running hot at all. It's actually running cooler than normal. It's almost up to 70 degrees out there, so, and this truck runs pretty cool, but when the vacuum pump went out down at Shreveport that time and it boiled out all my coolant went all underneath the truck and got all over everything. So every once in a while I still smell it, and it kind of makes me nervous. I'm like, oh, what's going on? But it's okay. I'm not overheating. I washed it off. I took the truck in and washed it like a week or two ago. I kind of sprayed up under there to see if I could get some of that off, and it helped a little, but there is still some. So next time I wash this, I'm gonna have to get up in there and try rinsing it out some more. It just ran down all on the frame and, everywhere under that reservoir. you can bet I keep a close eye on my gauges after all this stuff. It's like, you're going to have a problem, I'd like to know it in time to get over real quick, not have to keep going like I did that time. That was a bad situation because I was in an area I could not stop. Tried stopping, about got run over doing it. Through the mist, maybe. To our next weather adventure. Ran the gamut this morning. That did clean the windshield up pretty well, though. Keep seeing all these Starbucks signs. Man, I'd love to stop and get a cup of good coffee, but I'm just gonna have to wait till I get this thing delivered. I wonder if they'll have a Starbucks in Lynchburg. Walmart and a Starbucks would be nice. Then I can get my stuff and then haul back to Oklahoma as quick as I can get there. I say as quick as I can get there because we've got this wedding coming up Saturday. Bill's great niece is getting married. I was thinking it was Sunday, but it's Saturday, so that means I gotta hurry if I'm gonna make it. I'm not even sure what time of day it is. Bill looked at the invite the other day and he couldn't see a time on it, so he'll have to get the skinny from his sister. So, she'll know. She knows everything about it, which is good, because we obviously do not. Take North 81 toward Roanoke up here a ways, about 10 miles up. I have a little bit of a directional change coming up, I guess, or something. Some kind of an intersection or trying to make tracks though, try and get this done. Oh, this is nice. This is really pretty. Look at these mountains. Turn the washers off so you can see. Well, you can't see because of the trees. We get past this batch of trees here, this little hill, you might be able to see over in the distance. To the right, there's some pretty good mountains over there. So we're running down kind of the valley's widening out, which I love. It's so much nicer when you can see what's going on around you. There we go. Now you can see the mountains over there. There's a big ridge of mountains to the right of us. That's what I thought I got incoming here. So pretty. I'm staying over here in this more middle lane because up here in 7 miles I'm going to be peeling off to the left. I'm not sure where these other lanes are going to go, so. Well, one of them went away, didn't it? Nothing like being sandwiched in between a couple of big trucks. Really hate that. I really, really hate that. I may have to get over. I'm going to have to. Running too slow. No, I still got 5 miles to get back over on the other side, so hopefully I'll make it. We'll figure it out. But I can't be blocking that lane going slower than everybody else. That would be a jerk move. Don't they? $4.99 at Circle K. They're not a whole lot better. $5.25 at Flying J. Yep, glad I got my cheap diesel and I don't have to buy any of this stuff. Very glad. Saw a station with diesel yesterday for $5.29 and I thought, or $4.29. I thought, yeah, I should stop and top off there because that's the best price I've seen all the way out. Well, I got up there, it says it was, how to put it? It was like biodiesel. And I was thinking, no, I don't think I want to. Yeah, it wasn't real diesel, is what they were saying. It was a step down from the real stuff, I think, efficiency-wise. Now, some biodiesel's okay, but maybe you get too much of it, then I think you start losing some performance in the motor. I could be wrong, I don't know. But I've had diesel before I thought was kind of crappy diesel, and I got it in Pennsylvania, of all places, on the turnpike. And it was $6 a gallon, and it seemed like I didn't get very good fuel mileage with it. And it was, my truck acted kind of doggy. That was the Dodge. Yeah, and that big Dodge shouldn't be acting doggy. But it didn't seem to like the Pennsylvania diesel very much. So it made me wonder if it was all, cut with biodiesel, because the diesel on the turnpike was like 25-30 cents cheaper than diesel everywhere else. So it made me kind of wonder how much they cut it. So I was thinking about that when I saw this 429 diesel yesterday. I was like, nah, I think I'll just pass that on by. So. I got a mile and a half before I've got to get over. I got a truck back here. I'm going to let that truck get around me because they're almost pacing me. I need to get over. I guess behind them, since I can't outrun them. This trailer on. Thank you, little guy. I appreciate you. There's a guy back there. He actually moved over so I could get over. Nice of him. Thank you. I think that might be the same guy that tried to kill me earlier. I don't know. That'd be kind of funny. All these old buildings here. I love old architecture. That's actually what I was going to be when I grew up, was an architect. Didn't pan out. Didn't work out that way at all. But the whole time I was a kid, I just draw houses and more houses. I had tablets full of house plans. Had my little ruler, and I'd sit down and draw the floor plans for all these houses and do the elevations, and just love doing that. I don't know why. But I was a bad, rebellious teenager, so I screwed up any chance of going to college, and just pretty much just didn't go to college till I was much older. So I never was an architect, but I still love looking at old buildings. There's something about it, they almost talk to you. If a building could speak, what a story it would tell you. It's been standing 100 or 200 or 300 years or whatever. One of the big thrills I got in England was going to the old castles, the ruins, and just putting my hand on the stones, that were left there. It was just so neat, to think that, some of those places had been standing for millennia, and, what those walls had seen. Pretty amazing. Between the castles and the cathedrals. Of course, the effigies in the cathedrals were pretty neat too. It was kind of neat to see. Something we don't do in this country is put effigies on tombs. On bikes like that, I think they look like a fly on the wall. I don't know. It's just me. I just find that funny. Looks funny to me. Doesn't look like it could be that comfortable, actually. Maybe it is. I don't know. don't know though, I think he'd be in danger having something like a bumblebee blow up his shorts. That might not be so fun. Way back when I had a pickup that didn't have air conditioning in it, I'd drive around with the windows open. Of course, this was up Colorado and Utah, in that area, so air conditioning wasn't all that common in the 70s and early 80s. I remember, I think I was on Interstate 15 maybe, heading into Idaho, and driving along like that, and a bumblebee came in, and I was wearing a tank top, I think, so it was middle of summer, it was hot. Dang thing stung me. It got between my back and the seat. It stung the living daylights out of me. I felt bad for both of us. I was stung pretty bad and he was dead. It wasn't a good ending for either of us. And it wasn't really any fault of either one of us either. It was just we got sucked in an open window. Pretty unfortunate situation all the way around. I got the better end of it than he did, though, I will say. You know, I'm still buzzing after all these years, and he's been gone for, you know, at least 40, maybe a little more. Oh, this is so pretty. I like these open areas with the hay fields and farms. They got some very old farms here, like been settled for several hundred years. Sure, but I think this is the Shenandoah Valley, maybe. I'm not that up on my geography. Not as up on it as I should be, actually, probably. $134 miles to go, kids. We're almost there. Another couple hours. So I turn off at Roanoke in about 63 miles. So I'll have another 60 miles to go from there. Pretty country. I'm enjoying this. If you pay attention here, you might see some really old houses. I don't know how much this the camera's going to catch, but I've got it basically set as wide as I can get it, I think. As wide a view as it'll do. this isn't too far from Appomattox Courthouse, which I'd like to go see, but I don't have time to do that either because it'd take me probably an hour and a half or so to get over there and back. And just can't spare it this week. And like I said, I'm not here on vacation, so one of these days we need to come back out here. Bring the little travel trailer instead of dragging a horse trailer or something. And do some serious touristing. Older looking house. Don't think it's old, but it's older. Back to climbing again. Mercy me. that Peak Creek is like the size of most rivers in Oklahoma. Actually, it's pretty big. Was definitely as wide as the North Canadian, probably the Washita. Had to turn the air conditioning off. It's chilly up here. It's back down to a little under 70 degrees, but being all gray and cloudy, kind of feeling cold. Those are interesting rocks over in that field. Just jagged rocks sticking up. Looks like a rough patch to farm. Very, very hard. Barn over there behind the trees, of course. These trees, frustrating. There's a great big old barn over there. You just have to take my word for it. Got sheep out there around, sheep or goats, or a combination thereof. Even for all this climbing, we're getting fairly decent mileage on this tank. I've still got a little over a quarter of a tank left on the front one. I won't switch it over till I'm about to an eighth of a tank. Go to the back one, but that's pretty good for all the climbing we've been doing. I mean, that means, means our fuel mileage is holding pretty well. I was getting about 10 yesterday, pulling this in the flatter ground, between 11 and 10, somewhere in that vicinity. So I wouldn't be surprised if it went down to, 8 or 9 coming up these really steep parts. We kind of expect it to. It takes more fuel to haul it uphill. It's kind of the way it works. Can't get the temperature quite right in here. It's too hot if I don't have any air conditioning on. And it's too cold if I have any air conditioning on. So, what's a person to do? I don't know. It's not warm outside hot outside by any means. It's about 70, but it's real humid, real muggy. Well, I'm gonna duck out here for a little bit, and I'll pop back in when we get up to Roanoke and make our turn. Thanks for riding along.
The Bakersfield Beat. The Bakersfield Beat.
So, just enjoying a little bit of Glenn Campbell's guitar picking there. That was a song Tom Jones recorded with the actual lyrics and everything, singing it. It's called It's Not Unusual. And Glenn Campbell came out with this instrumental version of it. I don't know if you know who the Wrecking Crew was, but the Wrecking Crew was a group of musicians in California that played on most of the albums that were recorded out there in the studios. Carole King was one of them. Carole Kane was another one. Carole King was a pianist, and she was obviously also a songwriter and recording artist. Carole Kane was a guitar player who turned bass player because she could get jobs playing bass where she couldn't necessarily get a job playing the guitar. There were more bass jobs open. Glenn Campbell was part of the Wrecking Crew, and there were a lot of other very extremely talented musicians who made up this Wrecking Crew, and a lot of them had solo careers aside from that. But that was back in the 1960s, and I guess through the 60s and into the 70s. But that was just a little bit of his fancy finger work. I think he's probably one of the most underrated country guys around, because he wasn't strictly a country musician. He was a musician who played country and rock and whatever else. I mean, he played on all that stuff. And he also had a little bit of acting. Remember, he was in True Grit. We actually got to see him in Delta, Colorado, when they were filming True Grit. They brought him over to the Safeway parking lot, and they had a stage set up for him. He was supposed to come out there and sing a couple songs, and he ended up just shaking hands and signing autographs. Nobody minded. So that was kind of neat. And when they filmed True Grit, they filmed it up at Ridgway, or a lot of it anyway, up at Ridgway, Colorado, which was up the road from where we lived in Olathe. About, I don't know, 40, 50 miles. So Mom took us up there one day when they were doing the filming. And they had an open set, so you could actually get out and walk around the set and talk to the actors and stuff. It was really kind of neat. I remember seeing John Carradine. He played the Undertaker, and he was all in his Undertaker clothes and stuff. I saw Kim Darby's riding double. I didn't see Kim Darby, but her double was out at the stables with the horses, and I talked to her a little bit. She was pretty friendly. She said Kim Darby was kind of stuck up, so I don't know. That's just kind of what she said. I think Kim Darby was just terrified of horses, actually. Or maybe she wasn't. Maybe that's just the impression I had. I was a pretty young kid at the time. I think I was, 10 or 11 years old. Mom met John Wayne. We actually have a snapshot of her with John Wayne, which was kind of neat. And I don't remember who all else we saw, but we walked around the whole set and got to look at it. And we got to look at the park where they did the hanging scene and all that. That was all set up. It was just really neat seeing kind of behind the scenes, when they're making a movie. Which, the funny thing to me about it was, I mean, I had been to Oklahoma. My mom and dad were from Oklahoma. And I'd seen enough of Oklahoma to know that it didn't look anything at all like Ridgway, Colorado. But that's where they filmed it, calling it Fort Smith, Arkansas. So Fort Smith, Arkansas looks nothing like Ridgway, Colorado. Not a bit. And the mountains and stuff they're riding through, I mean, it's a very scenic, beautiful movie because they filmed it in a very scenic, beautiful place. But in the book, that actually took place in northeastern Oklahoma, Indian Territory. So it was nothing geographically like it would have been, for the actual locations shown in the book. So I thought that was kind of interesting. Even then, I thought it was strange that they picked that spot to film it. But, it was cinematographically, I guess it was a good decision because it was a beautiful movie. I actually didn't know if I was going to like the remake of it that they put out a few years ago with Jeff Bridges and Matt Damon. But, after comparing them, I think I liked it better. I think it was more true to the story in the book, and it was more true to the terrain and the kind of country they would have been going through. So, yeah, it's kind of weird. But I was a diehard. I'm never going to watch the new one because I like the old one. I saw them making it, and then I was like, well, maybe I need to watch this anyway, and I did, and it was really, I thought, better. Better acting, better, more realistic scenery, and it followed the actual spirit of the book better. So there's my movie critique for the month. I don't watch a lot of movies, a lot of current movies. I watch a lot of old stuff. If I can get it for free on my Roku or on one of the channels I actually pay for on Roku, then I'll watch it. But I don't. I used to have satellite TV, got rid of that. Oh gosh, it's been at least a year, maybe 2 years now. just wasn't working for us. It was too expensive, and there was never anything to watch anyway. You had 100 channels, and 75 of them were junk, or trying to sell you something channels. So these days I watch kind of weird stuff. The thing I've been watching lately is drunk history. It's kind of stupid, but the stories are interesting. The history that they're talking about is interesting, but watching these people try to tell these historical stories when they're sloshed off their butt, I mean, obviously that's the whole premise of the thing. It's supposed to be funny, and it is to a point. Some of it's kind of gross, but there was one, I finally saw the one that Dwight Yoakam played in. It was really pretty funny. You could just tell he was just enjoying himself. I like Dwight Yoakam. I've liked him since he started singing back in the 80s. Since I started hearing him sing back in the 80s. I'm sure he was singing before that, but when his first album came out, Guitars Cadillacs, I swear it was like his voice just went right to the pleasure center of my brain and kind of tickled it. I just love his voice. And it was just a weird thing because I'd never heard anybody who sounded like him before, which is very strange in retrospect because there are a lot of older singers that have a similar kind of tone or something. But so anyway, I fell in love with his music then, and I keep listening to him. So every once in a while I run across him in a movie or something, and he's a pretty good actor for not being an actor first. But he was hamming it up in this drunk history thing. You can tell he was just having fun, not taking it very seriously. See, he actually got shot in the butt. His character he was playing got shot in the butt. It was just campy and funny. So I thought that was pretty funny. The only other thing I'd seen him in, I think, was probably Sling Blade, and that was such a dark kind of movie. That was a little weird. That movie still kind of creeps me out a little bit, but I can't really think of anything else I've seen him in. But this kind of encourages me to go dig up all the stuff he's actually acted in and just go see. I think his first part, I looked it up and I haven't seen the movie, but he was talking about having written the song for the end of the movie with Nicolas Cage. I think it's called Red Rock or something, about Red Rock, Wyoming, which is not a real place, or something to that effect. And he was talking about that, and he said something about that was the first movie he acted in. So I kind of looked it up, and he played a truck driver in the movie, which I thought was funny. So I don't know. So I may have to go watch some of the other stuff he's been in, but that just cracked me up. It was almost like seeing somebody in a school play camping it up on the drunk history, which a lot of the actors on there do that because I think that's another thing. They're supposed to be campy and be silly and have fun with it, and they do for the most part. Okay, I'm going to lose my voice entirely if I don't shut up. I can't seem to do that. So I'm still heading north on Interstate 81. I've been on this road for about 180 miles now. I got 88 miles to go. And I'm turning off here in 18 miles and heading over to Lynchburg. Once I get up here, I guess up to Roanoke or past Roanoke or something, it's going to route me over on some highway to Lynchburg, which is where I think I need to be going. So from everything I looked at, I actually looked at the map this morning to make sure I was thinking right. So maybe I'm like an hour and a half away from getting this thing delivered, which would be really great. And then I can go hunt down a Walmart and Starbucks, get a little grocery shopping done, and get a decent cup of decaf, maybe something to eat, probably use some actual food. I had junk yesterday. I ate junk food. I shouldn't have done it, but I did. I had potato chips, Cheetos, and M&Ms for supper. So yeah, nothing like high nutrition, to keep you going. So I probably need to get something that's actually got protein and some of the good stuff in it that you're supposed to eat. So I'll probably get some egg bites if I can find a Starbucks. But I wanted to see some more of this scenery. I mean, Virginia is just beautiful. Even along the interstate, it's really, really beautiful. A lot of mountains, a lot of mist, a lot of clouds, little fog. We've had it all today. Sunshine, fog, rain, mist. It's really run the gamut. And it's about 70 degrees out still. So it's awesome temperature. Okay, well, I think I'll go ahead and shut this down and maybe pick it back up when I'm a little closer to getting this thing delivered. So I'll see you in a bit. So hi and welcome to Woman at the Wheel, my YouTube channel. I'm Sue. I'm currently heading northbound on Interstate 81 in Virginia. I'm running, I think it's the Shenandoah Valley, actually, that this runs up. It may or may not be, but I'm getting close to Roanoke anyway, and Roanoke's where I turn off of Interstate 81 and I get on another highway to go over to where I'm going to be delivering this trailer. Just over by Lynchburg somewhere. So I thought I would go ahead and start this up. I got about 9 more miles of interstate to go. It's a big construction zone. And it's, fun getting through here. So I'm about 80 miles out from delivery. Been kind of busting my butt this morning trying to get this thing up here because, of course, like I've been saying, I need to get turned around and go back, get home in time for a wedding. People who don't slow the way the hell down to merge. I've been seeing a bunch of people today. They'll get right up like they're going to come out in front of me coming off of a ramp like that. And then they'll lay back. They don't accelerate. They just sit back there in my blind spot, and it's like, okay, I'm going to go by you if you're not going to merge out. Then I've had other people who just came right out, tried to come right out while I was there and couldn't get over because I had another vehicle on the other side of me. One guy tried to kill me this morning doing that. It was not good. It was awkward. But I think he figured out at the last minute that I wasn't going to move over. I mean, I had a truck literally on the other side of me. So he pulled his head out and backed off a little bit and let me get on by. I had nowhere else to go. I mean, it was either hit him or hit the truck or hit them both. At that point. So it's nice to see some proper merging going on after some very improper merging that has already occurred earlier today. I'm wanting exit 150B. This is 143, so I'm 7 miles from my exit. And I'm sure probably everybody knows this, but just in the event that you're somebody who doesn't, exit numbers correlate to the mile marker on the interstate, so you can kind of tell where you're at mile marker wise. So this is close to mile marker 143. This is exit 143. And there's mile marker 143.6 right beside it. So see what I mean? They correlate. I just think it's so pretty here. These mountains are pretty impressive, actually. I don't know how they're going to translate to video, but looking at them through the windshield, they look pretty dang big. I think with the video camera at the angle it's sitting, it probably gets more sky than what I'm looking at. Oh yay, student driver. Yeah, we're going to get around this guy. I hate seeing student driver trucks. Because I know what the guy's doing in there. He's probably scared to death. Hanging on for dear life going, oh crap, oh crap. I got to get used to driving this big thing. It's kind of how people in my class were when I went. Strange to me that that's been so long ago now. It was 2010 when I went to truck driving school, so it's been a minute, as they say. It's been a couple minutes. Oh, we got a way station before we get to my turnoff. Oh yay, that's gonna be fun. Okay, gotta start chewing my lucky way station gum. I actually stick a gum in my mouth when I get to a way station just in case I get inspected, so I don't like have dragon breath. Because when you're in a truck all day drinking coffee, even though I brush my teeth a lot, I'm sure I get a little dragon breathy. Now the question is, will the way station be open? Seen a few of them open on this trip. Went through 2 or 3 yesterday. This trailer's so light, they've mostly been running me across the first scale and then bypassing me at the big scale. So we'll see what they do up here if they're open. Hopefully the same thing. I like getting bypassed. Bypassing the big scale is a good thing. Yeah, looks like it's open. Way station, all trucks must comply. Well, obviously. Some of these trucks are not going in, so I'm going to assume that they've got pre-pass or something. Maintain 40 miles an hour through scale. Wow, this is a fast one. Okay, cool. Most of them I go through in my neck of the woods are 20 or 30 miles. What they'll do is they'll do a preliminary thing here, weigh in and decide whether they want to weigh me or bypass me. And they should tell me here momentarily. Hello? Yep, bypass. Good. That's what I was hoping for. Most of them don't want to mess with a little truck like this, which is fine by me. I'm not offended in any way that they don't want to inspect it. I rather prefer that they let me go. Okay, so exit 150B, a mile and 2/10. Lynchburg, yep, that's the right exit. That's what I want. So I wanted to turn this back on because I know when we get off of the interstate, we might actually see some neat stuff. 150B, 7/10. 150A, we don't want that one. And we don't want 150A, we want 150B. Make sure I do this right. Kind of an unusual looking ramp. Too bad I don't have much time. I wouldn't mind touring the Jack Daniels factory, even though I don't drink the stuff anymore, or anything else for that matter. Had to give it all up. Okay, 500 feet, go straight. Don't use 11. South? That's what it's saying. Alright. Aha. I understand now. It's like that doesn't seem right. Actually, it does in retrospect. Over here.
Now don't try to ride, I'll be moving day and night. Before the sun makes a shadow, I'll be gone. I'll be gone, I'll be gone. Before the sun makes a shadow, I'll be gone.
70 more miles. Shoney's. I hate going in places by myself. Otherwise, I would stop at Shoney's and get some lunch. That's why I usually eat junk food. On a rare occasion, I may go in someplace, but I did go into a couple of Bob Evans's up in the Midwest. Best way to get bacon and eggs is do it in person. if that's what you're going for. You know, sit there and eat it while it's hot. That's why I like these Starbucks egg bites. It's kind of like bacon and eggs. It is bacon and eggs and cheese. They're really good. But I can eat them in the truck. And they're good even cold. They're good hot, they're good cold, they're just good. I'm just running this down to a different road, I guess. What it looks like Cloverdale Road, like 5 miles down here. This is going to be a slow 70 miles, I got a feeling. Already got a feeling about it. Okay, ditch the wait station gum. I'm really froggy this morning. Something here I'm really allergic to. Keeps hitting me in waves. Oh my gosh. My sunglasses are way too dark for this cloudy, twisty business. So trade them out. Sorry about all this hacking. Okay, I'll try this again. I got 3 more miles of this road, and then I cut over to the left and head back up toward Lynchburg, I think. That's how it works. Seems to be anyway. It's getting kind of late in the day to have this foggy business going on. But I guess this is the Smoky Mountains, huh? That's probably why they're called the Smoky Mountains. Guess I want to abide by the speed limit here, maybe. Way station, 1/2 mile, closed. Well, good, because I've just been through one. Don't need to go through another one, really. Mimosa trees are still blooming. I think those are mimosas. No, those are crepe myrtles. Dang, they're big. Those are like giant mimosa looking trees, but they're crepe myrtles. So there's their defunct way station. Looks like a temporary setup where they can open it up when they want to. Now we're getting into some real Virginia towns here. We haven't seen any of this on the interstate because you can't see any of it from the interstate. But it's very, very hilly here. And there are actually some very, very old houses in this area. Like really super old. Not quite as old as Boston maybe, but just next door, next to it. This is a steep hill. This truck does not want to really stop exactly. Well, it's hard to tell on the video, but the hills that I've been going up and down have been extremely steep. All of them. Steep, steep mountains, steep, steep hills. This poor truck's been working today. She's doing a good job. Old farm silo. Oh, it's so green here. You can tell they've been getting rain. A lot of rain. So we've got another mile till we turn left. "66 miles to go." This guy's been dogging me for a while. It's like he wanted me to get out of this lane. Well, I'm not getting out of this lane. We're not on the highway. This isn't a fast lane. It's a turn lane. For me, it's a turn lane. That's what it's going to be. Should be getting to this Cloverdale Road where we're going left pretty soon. This looks like a pretty civilized area down in here. Lots of big churches and different businesses. Alright, so I need... Well, I actually need the outside turn lane because I got a trailer. When you're pulling any kind of a trailer, you're better off turning from the farthest outside turn lane because you don't have to turn such a tight radius. Which is why I always go for the outside lane when I can. Dude needs a new window. Such a hurry. He's not in a hurry anymore, is he? Go figure. I guess I'm not either. I'll get there when I get there. Which reminds me, I probably should call these people when I get to Lynchburg. I think I will. See if there's any special instructions I need. God only knows, you know, delivering to people's houses, I don't really like doing this. But, like, a lot of them, you know, these places are out in the country, and some of them have little itty-bitty skinny roads, and, I mean, you know, it can be kind of tricky sometimes, but the first one I did like this, I hauled out to Utah. And they didn't bother telling me that there were two ways to get to their place and that one of them was better than the other. And I was talking to them on the phone. So there was actually a bridge that had kind of it was not a covered bridge, but it had a top over it. To where, you know, the height of it was questionable, and I was towing a pretty tall trailer. I was like, man, I hope I make it under that. So I had to stop and eyeball it, you know, just to make sure I wasn't going to like knock the air conditioner off the top of the trailer or anything. Fortunately, I got under it, but then I get there to their house and the girl's like, "Oh, you came that way. You had to go through that bridge. There's a better way." I'm like, "You could have told me that when we were talking on the phone earlier," you know. I didn't say that to her, but that's what I was thinking. I'm like, "Okay, I'm here, so I guess it's all right." So sure enough, there's usually a good way and a bad way to get into most places. So generally speaking, whenever it's possible, it's better to make a left turn into a driveway than it is to try and make a right turn into a driveway, unless you've got the whole road to do it. If you got like a skinny little road and a skinny little driveway, you want to be coming from the left side. It just gives you a little bit more room to maneuver. We'll see what's up once we get up here to Lynchburg. This is kind of nice being off the interstate. The interstates are so dull to me. I mean, you only get little glimpses of scenery, and then it's covered by trees, or you know, and you're going so fast, you just go on by it. So I like getting off the interstate and doing this, but having said that, by the time I get back to the interstate, I'll be ready to start running interstate speeds again and just get the heck out of here, because it's going to be an hour in and an hour back out on these littler roads. An hour or more in, I would say, maybe more. You sit there and wait. Don't you move. Don't you move. .44 Lynchburg. Okay, so that means I'm 20 miles from Lynchburg is where I'm delivering at. That'll be a good length of time to give them a heads up, let them know I'm coming. Odds are it'll probably just be a house with a driveway, you know, maybe on a small acreage or whatever. But just in the event that there's a gate or a dog or some other dang thing I need to worry about, I don't want to get dog bit. Hopefully, ideally there'll be somebody there, or they'll meet me there or something, so they can, you know, sign for it and check it out, keep their dog from biting me, that kind of thing. I really don't like doing home deliveries so much. I remember making house calls as a cop, and I didn't really. It's not the most fun thing in the world. Going up and knocking on somebody's door when they're having a big old fight inside and stuff, but I mean, it is and it isn't. So this isn't that degree of awkwardness at all. I got used to being awkward as a cop, or to feeling awkward anyway. So it was my job to do awkward things. It was like, okay, this is awkward, but I'm all right. house. You'll see a lot of that kind of style. They're long and skinny and 2 stories, and they got a chimney at both ends. That's a typical old style house. We should see quite a few of those through here. And some of them are really, really super old. But that was the style back then. Bedford County, 1754 is when it says it was founded. So there's houses here going back, you know, obviously pre-revolutionary. So that's a while. Impressions about all this is some of these people need to mow some. It's like a jungle in here. It's pretty jungly in Oklahoma too, but we spend a lot of time mowing to keep it tamed, you know. That's what I did this weekend. Rode around, mowed everything. I'm a big believer in mowing your yard. It gives it a nice look. You know, when I get done mowing the farm, it looks so much nicer. It looks like somebody really cares about it. You know, it's taking care of things. When I don't mow, then the grass grows up in the driveway and it looks like, you know, abandoned place or inhabited by transient hobos or something. It's kind of the way it makes it look. So I try and keep it mowed. Bill has been doing most of the mowing this year, but a couple of weekends I could just hop on and go while he was doing other stuff. So I thought, well, I'll just do that because I actually enjoy it. I don't know that he does. Only he likes it as much as I do. If he does, he doesn't do it as frequently as I do anyway, for sure. Okay, 13 more miles to something. Can't see what. Oh, yes. 460. Okay, well, whatever. Up here in 12 miles, I think one highway ends and another one begins or something. I don't want to really take my eyes off the road, read all this fine print so much. Let's go, Brandon. I guess he gave a creepy speech the other day that looked like something out of Star Wars, so now they're calling him Dark Brandon when he's doing his creepy speeches. I don't know. It's kind of funny. I mean, if any of it could be funny, that's kind of funny. It's not, none of it's very funny. That's an old one. Old one there. Another old one on the left. All these old brick houses. Those are pretty old. Those are probably 1800s type old. Dollar General sprouting up everywhere. I can't think of too many places I've been that didn't have a Dollar General or a Family Dollar or some kind of little store like that. Okay, fuel's not bad here. It's about the same as it is in Marlow. I mean, I think it's bad, but it's not as bad as I expected it to be. It's more about the national average, I think, from what I've seen. 469 is not the highest and not the lowest. So kind of middle of the road. Loading for 469. I won't be buying any for 469. If I have to buy any on the way back, I might stop and buy some of that 429 biodiesel that I passed up while I was hauling. The fuel that I won't run when I'm hauling something isn't necessarily bad fuel if you're not hauling something, but you just need, you need consistent power when you're pulling a trailer. If your fuel is a little funky or a little weak or whatever, it can make a difference. You know, it's not such a critical deal if you're just running with no trailer on. Because this truck will act like, it'll act like a different truck going out of here. I won't be slowing down going up hills anymore. It'll just be cruising. Yeah, at least this is kind of picturesque, Get to see some of what the state's really like off the interstate. I wonder if that's goldenrod out there. 'Cause I'm allergic to something, that might be what it is. I keep getting these waves of allergies hitting me. Just pretty normal, actually. I'm not allergic to a whole bunch of stuff. I got family members that are like allergic to everything. I'm generally not, but some of this stuff out here has got me going, oh, there's blanket flowers growing out there. Those kind of orange ones, those are blanket flowers. The only reason I know that is because they sell them up in Conifer, Colorado, where the elk will eat just about everything else. They don't eat but blanket flowers, so I would buy those and plant them. I planted a bunch of lilies, and I'd go out and take pictures of them when they bloomed in the daytime, because as soon as I went in the house in the evening, the elk would sneak up to my lily patch and start eating the blooms off of them. I guess they're probably sweet. They probably taste really good. So after the first time they did that, I learned to take pictures of them, and then, then I could enjoy them longer. Because they were going to enjoy them for supper. And they didn't munch the whole plant. They pulled the blooms off and ate them. They're pretty surgical about it. But I imagine they're like hummingbirds or anything else. They're looking for the sweet stuff down in the middle of the flower. If you're an elk, that's probably one of the few places you can get anything sweet, Out of blossoms. Everything else is going to taste like grass or bark or leaves. So, yeah. Can't say that I blame them. Nice roads going back in here. This isn't bad at all. See how it does up here in 6.8 miles. It changes into something else. I don't know if it changes into a different type of road or if it just changes numbers, or we'll find out though. in this part of the country. Up one hill and down the next. I think it's this way from here clear back to almost to Memphis. And north, definitely all of Pennsylvania is like this. Probably the rest of Virginia is very similar. But Kentucky next door, they're very much like this. My dad's family came out of Kentucky, eastern Kentucky, not too far from where we're at now, actually, over at Flemingsburg, Kentucky. The first Harper that went in there went in late 1700s. He came over from Ireland. He was Scottish, but he came here via Ireland. And I never could figure out what was the actual reason they came here and everything. And I ran across this old letter written by one of the original Irish ancestors' great-granddaughters. And she cleared up a lot of stuff. She basically said that William Harper, who was my fifth great-grandfather, and his wife Mary were first cousins. Well, she said they were cousins. She didn't say they were first cousins, but she said they were cousins, and they got married, and her name was also Harper, so she had to have been a first cousin, pretty much, the daughter of his father's brother. And I guess it caused an uproar back in Ireland, caused a big stink, and they said, too bad, we're doing it anyway. That's what they did. They got married and had a baby not too long afterwards. And then not too long after that, they packed up and headed for Pennsylvania. So they got over to Pennsylvania. They probably sailed into Philadelphia. And then they went overland, I'm sure, from there over to the Pittsburgh area, McKeesport, McKees Rocks area. And then came down, I'm going to guess they probably came down the river on a raft to Kentucky. They came with a big group of people led by Captain Fleming. So the town of Flemingsburg used to be Fleming Station, but it was named after Captain Fleming, evidently. So there were a bunch of associated families, and they all came in together, and of course they all married amongst one another and started the settlement in that area. So it's kind of interesting. So ever since Flemingsburg has been Flemingsburg, or since it's been a settlement, there's been Harpers there. There was a road up until a few years ago. It was still called Harper Road, that William Harper's good brick house sat up on the end of. The house is still there, but they changed the name of the road for some reason. Bastards. The only thing about it was they had it spelled Harper with a U at the end. Harper, U-R, instead of E-R, which is how we spell it. The family spells it, but that's what it was. So there was, until they changed the name of it, a street near Elizabethtown, Kentucky, which is west of Flemingsburg. I don't know, it's quite a ways west, 10, 15 miles anyway, where all my ancestors lived, right on that road. I went up there with my sister a few years ago. Well, it's been 5 or 6 years now. It was right after I quit smoking, so I think it was like in 2015. But we went up there and looked. We found the brick house. We just couldn't get very close to it. There was a hunting area behind it, so we kind of walked up beside it, but we couldn't get a really good clear look at it to get a good clear picture of it because of all the vegetation around it. But for sure, that's the house that our fifth great-grandfather built, still standing, still being lived in. And the story goes that he and his wife Mary were buried out there on the farm. And then I had a cousin who gave me some wild story about how they had marble tombstones, but they got knocked down, and then she found one of them in a ditch or something. She found them in a ditch. There was just a big line of bulls, what it was. Ridiculous. But so I actually did write to the current owner of the property a few years ago, and just asked them if there is any marker, any grave marker out on the land there anywhere, and they said no, there's nothing out there. So, but I'm sure that's where they were buried. The rest of the family's buried in Flemingsburg, but there's no monument there for William or his wife. So I just don't know. Kind of one of those things we'll never know 100% for sure. I would assume it's just a mystery. They're not buried at Elizaville. They're not buried at Cynthiaville. They're not buried anywhere near around there where, you know. So I think they are on the farm somewhere, but who knows? But evidently he was quite the character. But anyway, they came out and they settled in this country before Kentucky was actually a state. Kentucky at the time, I believe, I may be wrong, but I think at the time they got in there was Kentucky County, considered part of Virginia. It was like the wilderness, you know, it was out there. Hadn't really been mapped all that much. They, you know, a little preliminarily, but not really. It was not settled ground. Okay, this appears to be where I'm supposed to go. 44 miles to my delivery, so I'm about 20 miles out of Lynchburg, I guess. I've seen so many interesting things out here I'd like to stop and look at, and it just ain't happening this trip. Wouldn't be any fun all by myself anyway. I'm gonna have to drag Bill back out in here. I probably won't have to drag him. He'll probably willingly come along. I'm so going to be ready for a good cup of coffee after all this. I cannot tell you how bad this. For bad coffee, it's pretty good, but it's still bad coffee. Now it's cold bad coffee. Multicolored morning glories. Look at that in the median there. Oh, they're all blooming pretty. The second set of them looked like they were all kind of purpley looking, but the first set had white and blue and purple, pink, I think. I've tried to grow so many of those things and they never come up for me. I don't know, I don't have the right spot to put them, I guess. shopping center traffic. They must have a big shopping center up here. I guess they do. Making a big deal about the traffic. Oh, there's a Walmart. Okay, well, if I can't find one in Lynchburg, I can stop in at that one on the way back. Get my little bit of groceries. How much is their diesel? Are they selling diesel? $4.69. So they're still pretty high on diesel here. Not as bad as it could be. Not as bad as it was last time I came out here. Of course, I'm not in northern Virginia either. You get up there by Pennsylvania and they jack it way up. Well, I'm on track anyway. I should have this delivered before noon, and that was my big thing this morning. I was hoping maybe I'd get there about 10:30, which it's about 10:30 now. So I'm running a little slower than I thought I would, but not surprising because once you get off the interstate, it's very slow travel. That's why we got interstates, I guess. People got tired of slow travel. Can you imagine traveling across this country back before we had vehicles and roads and all that? I mean, my gosh. It must have been a major undertaking. Here's a really old house here on the right. All these motorcycles out front. That is an old house. It's like another old one sitting back in there. It's all the chimneys on them that give them away. I mean, it was cold back in the day, and that was their heat and their cooking, so they had more. Most houses had more than one fireplace in them. Especially if they were long, skinny houses like they built, they'd put a fireplace at either end. You know, one was for cooking and heat, the other was for heat and heat. So. Yeah, we're in the land of old houses out here for sure. Another old one. It's got 1, 2, 3, 4 chimneys on it. That's an oldie. Pretty view of it down through that valley. I just got a little glimpse of it. So evidently, if you want a view around here, you got to be situated in exactly the right spot. Where valleys connect, or a ridge that you can see down both sides, or something like that. Kind of expecting this. I can get it videoed. That's huge. It's been added on to, but it's like the bones of it are old. But they got like 3, 4, 5 chimneys on them. Yeah, they're kind of long and skinny and yeah. Yeah. Oh no. Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's how they built them before they had electricity or any kind of heating other than wood or coal. Yeah. Yeah, it does. We lived in a couple of houses that had coal furnaces. We had to go down and shovel coal. Yeah, it's pretty nasty. Like the coal truck would come and drop it in through the coal chute into the basement by the boiler. Then we have to stick it in, shovel it in the boiler. Do I need to? Oh, okay. Oh, like, as in it didn't bounce. That's what you're worried about. Oh, okay. All right. Well, I'll check it once I get this thing delivered, or when I stop to call them, maybe. Yeah. Okay. I'll check them both. Budget Inn. Nice little mom and pop motel just out here on the highway. Where was that when I needed it last night? Yep. It's alright. I did okay. Did fine. I've seen $4.69 and $4.89 out here on diesel. I finally pumped over my first auxiliary diesel this morning. So I should have almost enough to get home on. I might have to buy a little bit more, but shouldn't have to buy much. Did you hear about that asshole in Memphis yesterday? Some 19-year-old kid decided he was going to go on a shooting spree, and he went around and shot about 4 or 5 people, and he was putting it on Facebook, bragging about it. And then police finally caught up to him. Yeah. He walked into an auto parts store and shot some guy. He didn't even know he was shooting. He just going around shooting at people. Just being a little fuck. I don't know what's wrong with people like that. I really, honest to God, don't. But it's like we got a whole crop of them now. All these little shooting bastards. There's all kinds of flowering shrubs and trees out here. It's really pretty. You still there? Okay. Thought you muted me or something. So it was pretty cool here this morning. It was 60. It's just up to about 73 now, I think, 74. There's another old house. Old brick one with modern stuff built on the back. $4.96. Ooh, they're kind of proud there. Proud of their diesel. Our diesel's expensive. Well, Sheets across the street. Sheets are supposed to be cheap. They're $4.96 too, so they're just as bad. Huh. What's that? Who? Yeah. I think they just close up early. She closed it up early last year too. The one south of the Family Dollar there. Yeah, north of the Family Dollar, south of the interstate. Yeah, I think they close it up when they run out of their own stuff. Yeah, she did last year too. She shut it down early. But I think they have their little patch out there, and when that stuff's gone, then they're done. They don't buy cantaloupe from California and try and pass it off as Oklahoma cantaloupe. Some of them do that. Yeah. Yeah, no, they don't hide it at all. They buy whatever they're buying at Marlowe Grocery and turn around and sell it for jack the price up on it. Yeah. Oh, it's just, yeah, end of the season, because they had their watermelon festival, a week ago or two. So yeah, they're done. Of course, it's getting into fall. I mean, it's September. Totally September. John's birthday's in a couple days too. I gotta text him. Marcy was complaining about him on Facebook again. I wish she wouldn't do that shit. It's pretty annoying. Probably so. If he knows. I don't even think he knows. He doesn't look at Facebook. He doesn't look at any of that stuff. Just probably better anyway, because she gets on her drinking jags and goes off bitching about this or bitching about that. It's stupid stuff. John's so selfish. He won't let me do this or blah, blah, blah. You know, stupid shit. It's not anything all that stuff nobody else needs to freaking know about, really. Like, my God. Okay, so I just got off the phone with the people I'm delivering this trailer to. I've got directions on how to get in there, which correlates with what my map is telling me, my GPS is telling me. So I think it's all good. I'm going to go ahead and keep this running until I get down relatively close. I'm not going to run it all the way in because it is a private place. It's not like it's going to a dealership or something, but if there's any more old houses on the road here, I want you to be able to see them. And these flowering trees, I mean, there's some trees that are just really colorfully flowered out, tucked in all this green in certain spots. It's really pretty here, just really pretty. And I'm seeing all these cool little motels that would be fun to stay at, like little mom and pop places look like they've been fixed up. I like that kind of motels a lot. So fuel here is $4.99. Is it the farther I get back in here, the higher the fuel gets. It started out $4.69, went up to $4.89, and went up to $4.94. Now it's up to $4.99. So it just keeps getting more and more. These sound like really nice people. They're real friendly. So I'll get in there and get this thing dropped off, make sure they're happy with it. And then I will be out of here and headed home for a wedding. Hell or high water, I need to make it to that wedding, really. So, gonna do it. According to the report I just got from Bill on the progress, the preparations, my sister-in-law's just got done making 12 gallons of sweet tea. So, it's a lot of tea. Neat old brick house. Don't know how old that is. It's not as old as some of them I've seen, I'm sure, but $4.95 on fuel there. I basically got 11 more miles on the highway, and then I'll have an exit down here. Should be pretty straightforward. It occurred to me that the Lynchburg I just went through was the wrong damn Lynchburg. Lynchburg, where they make Jack Daniels, is Lynchburg, Tennessee, not Lynchburg, Virginia. So, duh. I don't feel so bad now not getting to take the tour, because I'm not anywhere near the right place. So, go figure. Now, I'm probably going to leave here a lot different direction than I came in. So I came in around the top because I got this trailer. Once I drop this trailer, then I can take little skinny roads, whatever kind of road I want to take. But I didn't want to drag this over something that was going to be little or too up and down hilly any more than the rest of them have been up and down hilly. But that will not be a consideration once I drop it off, and I'll have plenty of fuel. I may be able to run all afternoon before I have to stop and pump some more fuel. So we will see. Depends on what kind of mileage this thing's going to get once I unhitch it. I think I should be getting about 15 miles to the gallon. I'm probably getting about 9 or 10 now. So the last time I checked it, I was getting 11 and a half with the trailer on, so that's really good fuel mileage for pulling a trailer. Granted, it's not a huge heavy trailer, but that's the whole point of having this truck. I don't have to do the huge heavy trailer business anymore. I can do these nice, reasonable trailers instead of crazy heavy ones. Just about to the end of this road. I'm always really relieved once I get these things delivered, you know. It's like, oh, this responsibility's off me now. People have their trailer. Hopefully they're happy. I think they'll be happy with this. This is a pretty nice trailer. And it's not so big that you have to have a giant truck to haul it, you know what I mean? A little truck like this can pull it. I could probably pull it with this truck with a horse in it. I don't know about 2 horses, but with 1 for sure. Maybe with 2. Yeah, they're not that heavy. What, 1,200 pounds a horse, maybe? Yeah, I could definitely pull it with 2 horses in it. So this to me is about the ideal size of a horse stock trailer that's got living quarters. Like I said, the living quarters don't have like a toilet, but they've got a shower in there. It looks really nice. I took a look in there and looked at it. It's pretty nice, so. Doesn't look like anybody's stayed in it too awful much. It had some wear and tear, but not like it's been beat up. I don't even know what year this is. Didn't even pay attention. 2005, okay. More miles of highway anyway. 2 more after that of non-highway. Look at the kudzu on that stuff, man. It's just on all these trees. That's kudzu vine, and all here. That's what that stuff does. It just takes over. Look how it's just draped. That's insane. We took a trip down south once, me, my mom, my sister, my niece. We all went down to Charleston and then came all back up through the south. First time we've been in the south, and especially over the southeast like that. And at some point I decided it was a good idea to get a cutting of kudzu to take it home to Colorado, because we were living in Colorado at the time. Take it home and try and get a start of it in a pot. Well, I couldn't get it to start. It's probably a good thing I couldn't. But I don't know, I might get another little start of it and see if I can start it in the yard. I don't know if it'll grow in Oklahoma or not. Seems to me like if it would just take off and grow there like it does down here, it would have already done it. But then again, I don't know. Then again, I don't want to like introduce it to Oklahoma and have the whole place covered in this stuff, you know, in 20 years. But it's kind of a pretty vine. I mean, if you got someplace you want a vine to crawl on. I guess it would be fine if you can contain it. If you just put it someplace like on a post out in the middle of a yard, get it to climb all on that, and then just mow around it so it doesn't send out runners and spread too much. Which is probably what I would do if I can get. I think I will. I think I'll stop and get me a cutting. Why not? I mean, you know, I've done crazier things. I brought home a chicory plant once. I dug it up. I didn't have much to dig with, so I didn't get like a bunch of the root or anything, but I got enough of it to wrap it in a wet paper towel and put it in a styrofoam cup. There's a chicory plant with flowers on it. And I kept it alive long enough to get it home and plant it outside. We were living in the travel trailer. So I planted it right outside the door, and it did fine. Grew there for a couple years, and then we had that drought where it killed everything off and it died. So now I've got chicory seeds. I can't get them to come up. I'm going to try and start them in the house, I guess, and see about transplanting them. But that was a tough old plant, man. It made it all the way from Illinois to Oklahoma in a styrofoam cup, wrapped with a wet paper towel, and then flourished, took off and did great. So, you know. But the flowers on chicory are so pretty. They're kind of a periwinkle blue. But this kudzu is kind of mysterious to me because it's like, I don't know, it's like an outlaw in the plant world. You know, it's an invasive species, that kind of thing. So anyway, I might have to stop and take a cutting of it somewhere, see if I can get it to root. Okay, 2.5 more miles of highway. This is way back in here. This is in the hills of Virginia now. At this point, I'm going to cut off the video because I don't want to violate these people's privacy by driving this right up to their gate. So I will see you once I have delivered it. I'll meet you back here. All right, see you in a bit. Okay, I don't know what my video camera is doing here. Okay, delivered trailer. And it's 11:44, so 11:45, I'm back on the road. It means I have to take a break. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Take a break in a couple hours. Get my 30-minute break in. And here we go. We're all caught up with everything. Okay, so anyway, I'm going to piece these together because I want you to see that driveway. It just came out. It's beautiful here. It's absolutely beautiful. I don't think I'd like living here because nothing's level. Everything's crooked. It's all up one hill and down the next, but it sure is pretty. It's really easy on the eyes. All the soft, fluffy vegetation and the hills and all this stuff. And he's asking me if I came in over some mountain pass. I don't think I came in where he was asking. I was like, I don't know. He said, that kind of makes me nervous, so I'm thinking it's probably back down that way. That's probably where he's talking about. I'm going to go back the way I came. I don't need to get hung up on some mountain pass. He said it makes him nervous going across it, so I'm thinking, okay, I'm a mountain girl. I'm from Colorado, but I don't know these mountains, so I'm going to go on back the easy way, which is fine, because I'm looking for efficiency and speed now. I need to get back. I mean, my My sister-in-law's making 12 gallons of sweet tea for this wedding. I have to be there. Cannot not show up. It just wouldn't be acceptable. So right here on the right-hand side, there's these little faint blue flowers. That's what I was talking about, chicory. That's exactly what that is, those little blue flowers there. So chicory grows here. I don't know why it wouldn't grow in Oklahoma. But it looks to me like it might just need a little bit of a shady spot. But in Illinois, it grows right out on the side of the road in the full sun. So I don't know. Just don't know. Oh, what the hell? I'll go south. Well, maybe I better consult a map. How about that? I'm going to pull over here and look at the damn map. Because clearly I haven't made up my mind. I do this kind of thing. And sometimes I really end up regretting it. So I'm going to look at this map and see what I got here. Okay. Okay, yeah, I think I'm better off. Probably way better off going back the way I came in. Yeah, all right. Just checking. Looks like if I went south, I'd end up way down in a bunch of mountains with little roads. And it might take me 2 or 3 days to find my way out of that. So we're gonna try and be relatively wise and go back the way we came. So I know that works. So I shut my door for my hitch receiver, so that's covered up. Everything's locked up, everything's stowed away. I didn't really take anything out or anything. Got all my paperwork done. I think I'm perfectly good to hit the road and fly, which is pretty much what I intend to do. Staunton River, Campbell County. Oh, this is so hilly and so nice. That river's pretty big. Their little rivers back here are pretty big little rivers. They just are. 65 is the speed limit. Okay. Try and get my sea legs. I've been pulling a trailer so long, I don't know what the truck's supposed to feel like without it. That's a pretty long, looks like a bridge girder or something. Some such metal thing. Stay back 500 feet, sudden lane change. How about you stay ahead 500 feet and I won't crowd you? How about that? People and their signs. What did I do? Did I miss a road? I missed a turn. Damn it. Or not. What did I do? No, I didn't. That's weird. This GPS just did something really strange. Why would it do that? Oh, maybe it would do that. Okay. So I got another big ass truck. 14. Guess I am going to go back to that other road. I can see where it cuts off a lot of time. It looks like decent sized roads, so I think I'll be all right. I don't have to go clear back up. So what I was going to have to do is head way back up north. I think that's very very efficient. And I can go this other way. I just got to get back to this other road. Oh, what fun. Oh, so this is what my GPS was trying to tell me. No trucks could come in here. It was like having a cow coming down here. Some of these roads you can't take semi-trucks on. Makes perfectly good sense. Okay, where's my road to go back? There it is. All right. Got some interesting exits here. A little different. Kind of similar to the ones they did in Arkansas. Sometimes you just got to be paying more attention than you're actually paying. You don't have to do this kind of thing. I'm going to run back down here and get on this other road and cut across. Maybe this is one with a mountain, I don't know. I'm not afraid of a mountain. I mean, if it's a paved road, I don't care. Even if it's a skinny paved road. I mean, I've driven the $1 Million Highway pulling trailers, so I don't care. Okay. So this is the one it wants. And I do too. I couldn't come in this way with the trailer, but I can leave this way without one. Okay, so I used about, I don't know, a tank and a quarter getting this up here this morning. Or a tank and 3/8 maybe. Because I've got a little over half a tank left in this tank, and I've got 1/8 of a tank in my other tank. And I should be getting somewhere around 14, 15 miles to the gallon. Heading back up through here. Don't think I'm going to find a Starbucks for a while. Maybe not even a Walmart. May have to do that back at Roanoke or something. Well, I'm not going up to Roanoke. I'm going south of there. Anyway. This is really pretty. Lynch Station, Virginia. This is neat. This land's been settled for 200 to 300 years more than Oklahoma, basically. Bishop's Creek Road, okay. Over 7-Eleven in height, so I'm not even that tall. Pretty sure. This might be what he was talking about, going over the mountain, because it's starting to look like it will. Evidently this is the way to Roanoke, so I am going back to Roanoke, which is fine. It's good. Should be able to find a Starbucks and a Walmart at Roanoke, I would think. Get me geared up for the rest of the trip. Enough food and a good start on coffee anyway. It's pretty rare that I actually get to drive very far without having a trailer on, so this is kind of a deal, kind of a pleasure. I should be okay. I'm not any taller than that truck was, if this is even the road they were talking about. What I'm talking about. I like shortcuts like this. This road's great. This is fine. I'm not running anywhere near the 55-mile-an-hour speed limit on it, though. This person behind me is probably aggravated, but it's like, I've never been on this road before. I'm not going to roll my truck because you know the road and you're in a hurry. What I will do is if I see a good place to do it, I'll get over and let them go around me so I'm not holding them up so much. Man, this truck, the more I drive this truck, the more I like it. It's so nimble. It's like taking these curves. It's got just enough shorter of a wheelbase than the Dodge to really make a difference in how it handles on curves and stuff. It's just more responsive. It's quicker to turn. Doesn't need as much room to turn. But it's still long enough wheelbase to be real stable on the highway and get the job done, you know, so it's like ideal. It's, man, if I had designed a truck, I don't know if I could have designed one too much better. And there are a couple things I'd tweak here and there, but overall, this is awesome. Just awesome. I just need a wide spot that's not somebody's driveway, so I can get out from in front of this person. All these flowering trees, they're just blooming like mad. I think they're all crepe myrtles is what they are. Pretty sure. They get a lot bigger here than they get in Oklahoma, I would have to say. They're more like tree-like than shrub-like. I got no worries. He can get through here, I can get through here. And then some. Not a problem. Poor deer. Dang it. They're sure getting mashed up. Well, I don't know. I guess I'll go if y'all are going to sit here. I don't know how they do it in Virginia. I mean, in Oklahoma, he would have had the right of way, but pretty sure it's the same rule here. Just he wasn't going to go, so All right. I can go. I still got the same person on my ass. It figures. They couldn't turn off back there. It would be too simple. Look, I'm making a mad dash through the woods, which I guess I kind of am. Road work ahead. Stay in lane. No center line. Okay, okay, okay. Low shoulder. Okay. Note to self, don't fall off the road. Unmarked pavement ahead. Alrighty then. Kind of looks like it's been marked to me, so I think one of their signs is outdated. Granted, it's not painted, but they got the reflectors in place. Those reflectors are the cat's ass when it's foggy. I'll tell you, they will save your butt. It's a nice road. It's nice and smooth, like butter. Brand new, well-built road. What do you know? It's a pleasure after all the crappy roads I've been on. Oh my gosh, I can't talk. Little old graveyard. Very typical of little towns all through the South. Little mountain towns. Spent a lot of time in little graveyards like that, looking at tombstones and trying to figure out genealogies and stuff like that. over here and get this person off my ass. Oh God, get off my ass. Thank you very much. Pushy fucker. There's just something to be said about having a little bit of courtesy, you know. Some people don't have any, don't know what it is. Put it this way, it's not courteous to ride up on somebody's ass when they're driving. That is not courteous. Not even remotely. Oh, this is some pretty country, isn't it? Look at this. Nice farmland. Nice little town up here. It looks like a church. Old house. That house up on the hill to the right is old. Tell by how skinny it is. It's that style I was telling you about. Mind this thing and go the way it's telling me to, even though my instincts say go left there. I know my instincts are screwy. I am in mountain valleys and on mountain ridges, and that's screwing up my judgment, my directional judgment. Well, I'm glad I didn't bring that trailer in on this route. That would have been slow. Slow enough with just a truck. But it's probably considerably faster than going 20 more miles north and then cutting across the same distance. So this way we're just cutting across the distance instead of having the extra 20 miles. So I got 1,222 miles to go to home from here. It would be quite a bit farther if I was going back to Seguin, which I'm not. Definitely not. Not this week. And get the heck out of Dodge here. Old house, old chimneys. Oh, so pretty, so pretty. It opens up, you can actually see something. I keep playing hit or miss with this Highway 43, so it scrolls around quite a bit. All these little roads I've been taking are shortcuts, evidently, instead of following 43 around. Okay. Sitting up on the tree, and there's little possums down here on the road dead that would make him a good supper, and all these cars keep going by probably and spooking him away. gets hungry enough, he'll go down there and eat it anyway. So we had a sad event at the farm last week. One of the armadillos got smashed on the road. I don't know which one. It wasn't one of the twins. There was a grown armadillo, I think. Might have been a daddy or an uncle or who knows. We think the twins are still running around out there doing twin mischief up by they mostly stay up by the house. As near as I can tell, they run between the two barns and up around the house and don't go down to the road. Well, this one went down to the road and got dead for going down to the road. So it's kind of sad, but the vultures got to eat. They were eating on it consistently for a couple days. They dragged it off the road up into the driveway, up into our driveway, and then down into the bar ditch. So it's like, oh my gosh. At least it didn't die in vain, you know. It wasn't just wasted. I desperately want a good cup of coffee. It's been a long morning, but I met my goal. It's just now noon, so I got it delivered, and I was out of there way before noon, like 11:30. I was done. So I accomplished what I set out to do. Now I have to accomplish getting home safely and on time for this wedding. So I'm going to be busting my butt doing that next 2 days now. So it's something. And that is a fact. I've evidently got a little town down here in about 8 miles called Bedford, Virginia. Well, I seem to have gotten rid of a bunch of rattling around that I had by getting rid of that other console setup. This one seems to be working really well. The one thing that I keep hearing is my tablet stand will start rattling or it will start squeaking. It's like, why? Why don't you just be quiet? But other than that, I think I got most of the rattles taken care of by rearranging in here, so that's really good. I didn't really get driven crazy on the way out here by stuff. can't get over how pretty it is here. All these flowering trees are just slaying me. They're just beautiful. Oh, there's a hibiscus. I think it's a hibiscus. Rose of Sharon, maybe. We've got pretty much the same stuff growing in Oklahoma. It's just bigger here. Bigger and fluffier. A bunch of cotton coming down. You see that? I wonder where it's coming from. It's like a big swarm of cotton. It's blowing off a tree, I bet. Or some trees. I bet there's cottonwoods around here. Yeah, those might be cottonwoods right there. Maybe. Yeah, I think they were. Might be one of the things that's had me all sneezy today. That person's got the right idea. Mow the yard. Mow it. Keep it tidy. There are a couple of houses in Marlow, little town I live by, where they've evidently said to hell with mowing, and instead of mowing, they put flowers all out in the front yards. It actually looks pretty nice, but until they're done, you know, and then they all die off and it looks all ratty. But yeah, that's a clever way to keep from having to mow. It really is. If I lived in town again, I mean, that's what I did in my front yard, kind of in Craig. I had a big flower bed I filled up with cow manure and dirt. And had giant hollyhocks and giant coneflowers out there. And I had one little patch of grass. When I first moved there, I had a big yard, but it cost so much to water it, so I cut it all down, just one little bit of grass. And the rest of it was lava rock around. Because I couldn't see paying, you know, $100 a month to water a yard that I was working and didn't even get to enjoy that much. It's like the only time I was out in it when I was mowing it. Seemed kind of crazy. But yeah, I kept my grass mowed in Craig too. I had to there because I was a cop. And if I hadn't kept it mowed, everybody would have complained about me. They said, that cop doesn't mow her grass. And everybody else gets warnings for not having their grass mowed. Oh, you know, I'd have heard about that. So everything that a person had to do, I had to do doubly on time, you know. Thing about it too, and when you're a cop and you have a take-home car, you can't really like sit around the house naked either, because people will come at random times and knock on your door to ask you about some cop thing. So you got to make sure you always got your pants on. You know, you can't just lounge around like an average person, like a normal person, in your house coat or whatever. There's an old house. That one right there, that is old. I hope this is a good shortcut, because I guess it should be. I mean, I've been moving along pretty good. It looks like an old millstone there they had sitting up at the end of their driveway. I believe that's what that was. Millstones make good ornaments. This is so much more interesting to me than the interstate. All these old houses. That looks like an old church. School or a church, one of the two. Getting into Bedford, getting close to it anyway. I don't think this is exactly it, but nice places. I could probably live in Virginia. Like, just find a flat piece of ground. That'd be the only thing that would bother me, is everything being turned around. That tree with the white flowers, I've got trees like that planted out in front of the lake house. I think it's a hibiscus, some kind of hibiscus. But mine aren't like a tree like that, they're like shrubs. But that was a big tree. But it was the same flowers, the red inside and the white outside. Exactly the same thing. Which makes me wonder if I couldn't plant one like that at the farm and then train it to be a tree. It's an idea. Bet I could. Yeah, those things are, I think I gave $5 for them at Lowe's when we first moved down here. Just wanting to spiffy up the front of the house at the lake some. So they've been in there for 10 years, I guess. They started out being like a foot tall. Now they're way taller than I am. But they're still in shrub form. They don't have like one trunk and then branch out like a tree. So that's interesting. I got to think about that. I might be able to do that in the yard. That would look neat. I think I would like that a lot. This would appear to be the town of Bedford, I think. I think. Yeah, Bedford town limits. Virginia's Rail Heritage region. Okay, Rail Heritage, that would speak of railroads, right? Trains. This must be a train town. Okay, there's an interstate, I think. Some kind of interstate. 222. 222. Is that the road I went in on? I don't know. It might be. I like that dude's swag. He's got it going on. An old house over here on the left. I'll try and get you a good look at that. That is an old house. Pretty old. There's lots of old houses. That's an oldie. So this is Bedford, and I need to go this way, it appears. Looks like I could have actually gone the other way too. It's just kind of working me around. This reminds me of a place where me and my sister went to a little museum. I don't think I've ever been in this town before, but it's set up very similar to one I have been in. I think that might have been in Kentucky, maybe. Okay. So evidently I'm going right on through town. Be on this for another 22 miles. Okay, 460, that sounds familiar to me. I think I came in on something like 460, so maybe this has got me back over. 221, oh. Whatever it is, it's working okay. I can see Interstate 81 over here in the distance on my GPS map, so I'm heading in the right direction. Those crepe myrtles are so pretty. They're deep red. I like those. Those are my favorites. Red and white flowers, I don't know why. I just like them better than a lot of the others, except for blue flowers. I do like blue flowers. I like them all. What am I talking about? I like all flowers. It just depends on what they are, which color I like best. Oh my gosh. I don't know what that's got to do with trucking or delivering trailers or anything else. It's just what it is. So I've got 3/8 of a tank still on this side, so I don't have to transfer any fuel over. If I saw fuel cheap somewhere, I'd stop and buy some, but I haven't seen cheap fuel in Virginia yet. Last cheap fuel I saw was in Tennessee. That was where I figured it was probably kind of crappy biodiesel. There's another neat house. Don't see houses like that in Oklahoma. Those are have been there way longer than Oklahoma's been a state. Okay. Elephant ears. The one thing I've noticed I haven't seen too much of is roses. Huh. I wonder why. Okay, I think we're back to the proper road here. Not that that was an improper road that we were on, but you know what I mean. Okay, I might actually have a chance of finding a Walmart, you know. Super 8, Enterprise, Days Inn. If they got a Walmart, it might be around in this area with the more modern stuff. Doesn't look like they've got diesel. Looks like we're back into the rain. Roanoke 26. Yeah, I think that did save me some time, actually. I think it took me an hour and a half, maybe longer than that. I don't remember. Yeah, we came by. This is the way we came in. So that did save me some time. Okay. So that means there is a Walmart down here on the right somewhere. I don't remember how far down it is, but there is one. Odds are good that I'll be able to find Starbucks too before it's all over with. So yay. Stop and get some food. Cup of coffee. Get some road food so I can eat later today. Bedford Motel. That's what I'm going to be looking for tonight. A little motel like that. A little mom and pop. Super cheap. Pull in and park in the courtyard. I'm over these chain motels, really. I don't like going to them. Sometimes I have to, but, you know, just because that's what's available, but I don't like them. I mean, it's true they give you a lot of amenities, but then I'm only going to be there for like 10 hours. So it's not like I'm going to swim or use the gym or any of that stuff. Don't really want to be paying for all of that. Just better turn my lights on. Be a little bit more visible out here in the rain. Okay, well with this, we don't have much left in the way of view, so I think I'm going to sign off for now and I'll pick it up later on down the road somewhere. So thank you for riding along with me. Come right along anytime. I'll be posting up new videos as fast as I can make them. So thank you. Have a good one.